Okay. So, I decided, since I've kind of been focusing on my Guild Wars 2 stuff for the last couple of months, and have been thinking about getting back into streaming, I would start a character specifically for streaming. Um, I have been playing Guild Wars 2 since its launch back in 2012, and Guild Wars 1 for close to a decade before that. Um, as you can see here on my character select screen, I do have numerous characters. This one here is my main elementalist who uses the elite spec Tempest. We're actually going to be making a new character today, so all of these are completely pointless. I don't plan on necessarily doing anything super amazing. I'm not going to like speed run the story or anything. I just want to do a casual stream character that just kind of goes through the game at a regular pace, just kind of exploring and doing story periodically. There is currently an event going on in the game called Festival of the Four Winds. That has a couple days left in it. I am gonna be pretty much ignoring that. I have done all of the achievements and everything that can really be done for it. If you want to see some of my other characters, this is one of my newer characters. She's a thief. This is actually the second character I ever made, my ranger. I've got my Necro. This is my Revenant. Mesmer. Engineer. Guardian. Warrior. A second Guardian that I made to level and play with my wife, although the laptop died, so we currently only have one computer. Second Necro that is simply to troll one of my guildmates. And then another thief that I made a long time ago that I don't necessarily play that much. Oddly enough, I kind of prefer my other one. As a quick rundown, the mastery rank here is for in-game masteries that I have earned. A lot of them give me skills that you wouldn't normally have on starting characters, such as gliding and mounts. For this, I'm going to do my best to remember not to use those. I would like to try and do this more of as a authentic playthrough without the added stuff. However, that being said, there are going to be times where I'm probably going to throw my glider or something when I am falling. Simply to prevent myself from dying from fall damage because it's kind of a reflex. So let's go ahead and get into the character creation. So the main thing with Guild Wars is there is 5 races that you can play as. There's the basic race that you are required to play as in Guild Wars 1, human. And there's a whole lot of stuff that happened in Guild Wars 1 that I may eventually stream Guild Wars 1 to show off that story. However, that is, again, a massive game. Because it is an MMO that is still currently active. They'll do events and stuff in it. And had several expansions. Race that became playable with Guild Wars 2 that was a enemy for pretty much most of the expansions, save one. In Guild Wars 1 is the Char, which is a feline race, generally known more for their warrior and fighting prowess than their magic abilities. Then you have Norn, who was introduced in Guild Wars Eye of the North. They are a northern race of warriors who are very honor-bound and follow spirits of nature. Also introduced in Eye of the North was the Asura, which is a smaller subterranean race that was driven to the surface by creatures called Destroyers, who were minions of what is called an Elder Dragon, who are the primary enemies of the original Guild Wars 2 storyline. The first several expansions actually are called the Age of the Elder Dragons, and you are trying to stop the Elder Dragons. The Asura are highly intelligent, very good inventors, have very, very advanced technology. The final playable race is Sylvari. Sylvari are the newest race. They only appeared, I believe it's 50 years. I would have to double check on that. It's been a long time since I actually looked at it. Before the start of Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is set 250 years after the end of Guild Wars 1. As such, very little is known about the Sylvari to begin with. They do include more lore and things in here throughout the story, and we do begin to see a more breadth of understanding for the Sylvari, and more knowledge is granted. However, they are still very mysterious. They are very helpful to the world, and they do help develop and build the world. But they are very young and very naive as a race. Now, normally if I was going to start a game like this, I would like to do a poll or some kind of chat request to help determine what I'd be playing as. Unfortunately, because I don't really have a chat, which begs the question of why I'm talking to myself, basically, and explaining things that I already know about a game that no one's really watching me play. I can't really get input on what race to play or what class to play. So, I am going to opt to play as one of my preferred races, which surprisingly is actually Sylvari. Most of my main characters are human. I do have at least one character of every race, both genders. I don't really play most of them. 90% of the time, I'm on my main elementalist. For this, I will be playing as a female character, and that is purely because I think they personally look aesthetically better. Because their primary designs are plant-based and things, the leaves and stuff on the male Sylvari look much rougher and more ragged, and I just don't personally like the appearance of it. I prefer the more subtle, elegant look of the female Sylvari. I don't really know what profession I want to play. I already have 2 thieves, so I know I won't make another thief. Mesmer is not a profession I've ever particularly cared for. Necro, I have a couple of Necros. One is my main Necro, the other is just my troll character. One class that I've never really, I think, given a fair shakedown to, that I think I would like to try and learn while doing this, is actually a class that a lot of my guildmates really love playing and do espouse the not really superiority, but more useful nature of the class. Especially some of the elite specs that we will be getting into later. As such, for this character, I am going to be playing as a guardian. Now, I don't want anyone to take it the wrong way if they are Guild Wars players, and think that I'm doing this just because I want to jump on some kind of bandwagon or because I know meta builds or anything. I don't necessarily know how to play a Guardian, which I'm sure will become very evident very quickly. Now I'm going to make this a little shorter because I like the average. That one. Let's go with more of a dark. Let's use blackberry. Now, a lot of this doesn't really matter, because I have items that I can use to basically change almost all of these options, which we will be using, so I'm just gonna pick one of these at random pretty much. Yeah, we'll go with that one for right now. Black eyes. No, I'm kidding. I actually prefer red eyes on my Sylvaris, as weird as it seems. The rest of this, because you can... You can very heavily go through and adjust things. It's... There are a large amount of options. And there's even more once you get into the actual game and can change your armor and dies, as well as the fact that there are certain items that allow for the changing of your body type and everything. So, we're gonna just kind of throw some stuff together here. Because this is not gonna remotely be what this stays as. So, for now, that's fine. Alright. As a symbol of my dedication, I wear Conqueror's Aldrin's, Fanatic's Pauldrons, or a Visionary's Helm. That's the Visionary Helm. That's the Fanatic's Pauldrons, and that's the Conqueror's Pauldrons. I'm gonna go with the Conquerors just because I like the way they look, honestly. Trouble may follow me, but I use my Charm, Dignity, or Ferocity to overcome it. I prefer Charm just because I dreamt of a quest that calls me to action. It was a vision of the white stag, the green knight, or the shield of the moon. This decision does somewhat affect your personal story. So, depending on which one of these you pick determines which one of your personal quests are given. It is something that you can kind of remake characters and stuff and things to try and test them all out and see which one you like the best. I'm going to actually pick the white stag. I believe that the most important of Ventari's teachings is act with wisdom, but act. All things have a right to grow, or where life goes, so too should you. Now, for me, personally, I've never really seen much of a difference between these. I somewhat understand and get the meaning behind all of them, and do somewhat agree with the meaning behind all of them. For this character, I'm going to simply choose all things have a right to grow. This one I actually do somewhat identify with more heavily than the others, which is why I have a tendency to choose it when making Sylvaris. Mostly because it goes back to my belief that all people should be allowed to live and coexist just as people. I don't necessarily understand why there is the hatred among people. People are people and just need to be allowed to live their lives. Alright, the last thing here before we name the character is determining what time of day the Pale Tree awakened your Sylvari at. There's the cycle of dawn, the cycle of noon, the cycle of dusk, and the cycle of night. This again works with the previous couple of questions to help determine your personal story up to level 40. After level 40, all personal stories are the same. Generally, the two that I favor are dawn and night. That is mostly due to my own birth being in the middle of the night and me being more of a night owl. That has changed with my current job because I kind of have to be flexible and work whenever I need to, so I'm not as much of a night owl as I was when I was younger. But, for this, because I've never actually done a Sylvari with it, I'm going to choose Cycle of Dusk. And now we need to simply name the character. Because I generally try to come up with more unique names, or at least some kind of name that would represent that it's my character, and usually try to tie it somehow into my main. In this case, I'll be doing similar. The main thing that most of my characters have in common is the use of the name Norton. Now, I will say Norton is not my actual name. My username, Sir Norton Tarley, is a name that I started using online back when I was, I don't know, like 15 or something. I don't honestly remember where I came up with it. I've had stuff from people about Norton being my actual name, coming from Norton Antivirus, all kinds of dumb things. Honestly, it's a name. I picked it at random. I don't remember why. But for this character, because I want it to be tied so my guild members and stuff know who it is, as well as tied to the fact that it is a character for my streaming, I am going to go with a rather odd name. And I am going to actually name her Now, keep in mind you only have 19 characters. Actually, I want to change the order on this. Now, it does not include Norton. Oh, it's 25, not 50. I was thinking it was 50. I was wrong. I also would like to apologize to anyone that is watching or does come in to watch the VOD later. Unfortunately, because I play Guild Wars full screen, and I don't have a second monitor currently, I don't have a way to keep track of chat, really. I can pull it up on my phone. However, it's hard for me to look over at my phone regularly to keep up on chat. My phone also does not necessarily run the stream in the greatest fashion. It tends to lag and have issues. So I would like to interact with chat. I just don't necessarily have a way to do so. I would like to in the future, and do plan to eventually get a second monitor so I can have a second monitor to keep chat and stuff on. Now, because I am going to be doing this more as a casual thing, and because I want this to be more authentic for people, so they can kind of see stuff, I am going to be allowing the cutscenes to play. This is the starting area. This is the tutorial that we're just going to ignore because I know how to play. Now, for Sylvari, you start out in this area that is called the Dream. All of the races have some kind of unique area they start out in, where you're basically completing a series of events that lead to your character developing a couple of skills, learning how to play the game, and it's basically a tutorial area. There is not a whole lot you can do. The tutorial areas are designed to be gone through very quickly. You're never going to be able to say power level or anything in a tutorial area. I will be pretty much just rushing right through this so I can get to the actual normal stuff. You can stop and fight these enemies if you wish to gain a little bit of levels and stuff, but you're really only going to get 1, maybe 2 levels fighting in here. You won't really get a whole lot. Whoops. I forgot that that bridge falls apart. It's been a long time since I did this. So, our job currently is to defend this guy so he can basically rebuild the bridge. Now, you are in this area with other people who have recently created characters, and that is good and important later on. Based on the attacks the other person here is using, they are playing as a Necro. Now, well, I do want to go through the game streaming on this character. Next week, I will most likely be playing primarily on my main. So, if I do any streams after next Tuesday, I will most likely be streaming on my main characters simply because the new expansion, Isle of Janthier, or Janthier Isles, sorry, the new area, Isle of Janthiers, releases with the expansion that drops next Tuesday on the 20th. Now, here we get introduced to a bigger, more powerful type of enemy called the Sinister Nightmare Hound. This is a good introduction to the fact that the enemies are varied in their strength and things. For the game, there are several tiers of enemy difficulty. all of the enemies in the tutorial areas, barring one that I will discuss later when we get to it, are of the basic difficulty tier. They are the lowest strength enemies and die fairly quickly and are fairly easy to take out. Now, I play mostly with keyboard. You can play with the mouse. There is like a click to move option and stuff. I do use my mouse for some stuff, and I do have like my attack skills bound to side buttons on my mouse because I have a gaming mouse with 6 side buttons that I actually have an interchangeable plate for that has 12 if I really wanted to go that crazy. I don't. This is what is an enemy class known as a world boss. It is basically a big hulking boss with a crap ton of health that is designed to be fought by multiple people and meant to really be a group thing. The other regular enemy classifications range from just basic enemies that have no classification beyond their name, veteran enemies, which is the step above, slightly harder, but still fairly easy to solo if you know what you're doing with your character. You then have champion, which is a little harder, and in later game, higher level areas, nearly impossible in some cases to actually solo by yourself unless you are truly an expert at your class. That is the end of the tutorial area. We are now awake. We are in the real world. We are now... We're going to be starting out with just basic mapping of the starter area, which was the primary way to gain levels when Guild Wars 2 first released. Due to Guild Wars 2 having, in more recent years, being released on Steam, and for new players, to help them not have to go through the slog that the older players did, and to help them basically catch up to the veteran players, they introduced... Hey, look, we got level 2. Yay. They introduced... This is what is called a adventure guide. Now, this is your hero panel. This is where you take care of all of your character things. Equipping items and such. I'm just gonna throw that on there instead of this one because it's slightly stronger. It's also where you can see your attributes and things. Honestly, I don't pay much attention to that, so you probably won't see me in here very often. Wardrobe is... If you're just starting out, your wardrobe will be very small, and you won't have a lot you can do with it. Because I have been playing for so long and have unlocked a large amount of them, I do have a very large amount of different skins I can use for my characters. And as you can see, some of them get very fancy and actually have like effects on them and stuff. To change your armor skins, it does take what is called transmutation charges. There are several ways to get those, and I won't necessarily be going into that. My nose is itchy. Sorry about that. As you can see, I do have quite a few because I don't really use them. That is mostly for what is called Barbieing your characters. I don't really do that much. Oh, right, that's because I reverted. This is other thing kind of like that called outfits that you can use to dress your character up. They're interesting to a degree, but they don't really do much, nor do they matter. It was a neat thing they did a while back. So, I'm going to go ahead and turn my outfit off. For this is where we can change the dyes. To start out with, when you first start playing, you will have all of the starter dyes. And you may or may not have a couple of the more common dyes and stuff. I have a lot because, again, I've been playing for a long time. However, we're not going to really worry about that right now. The rest of this is stuff that does not really come into play till later because it requires masteries and expansions that you may not necessarily have when you are just starting out, or that you won't have access to until you are much further along. Now, I do have all of the expansions. I don't have all of the masteries because I have not done all of the expansions, but I do have a lot of this stuff unlocked. As I said earlier, I am going to be trying to avoid using most of it while using my stream character. If I'm playing on my main, you will see me use basically all of it. Because I do. This next tab here is build. This is really not anything we can go over right now. Simply because we're not high enough level to have access to any of this stuff. This is the third tab here is skills. That doesn't unlock until level 11, which I'll go over at that point. This next tab here, Story Journal, is where you see the different chapters of the game's story. You always start out on My Story. The first one, I am, and then it'll have your character name. Basically gives you a synopsis and a reminder of the options you chose when you made your character that are helping to determine your personal story up until all personal stories merge. Currently, we are doing the introductory stuff where we're basically... Our goal is to get to level 10. Which will then unlock the first chapter of our personal story. Now, because I have it all unlocked, you can see the other stories and expansions here. I technically can activate and do any of these stories I want in any order once the character reaches level 80. And that is not necessarily that difficult to do anymore. If you do buy the new expansion, Janthier Wilds, depending on which version of it you buy, you could get an item called an instant level 80 boost, which I will show you by pulling up the trade post. This is the in-game store where you can buy cosmetic items and other things for gems, which you get with real money. That I don't necessarily do other than when I'm buying expansions. There is a whole lot of stuff here. I think it's actually under utilities now that I think about it. I know there's one in here somewhere. Maybe not. I might be wrong. Looks like I'm wrong. Okay, whatever. We'll do it this way. This is my inventory. This is basically the stuff I have to start with. This is the weapon I had to begin with that I replaced with the one I got for finishing the tutorial area. What you see here is called shared inventory slots. These are basically items that are accessible to all of my characters. On any character, I can use these items. The one I'm talking about here is this one. It is a level 80 boost. It will automatically make your character level 80. I'm not going to be using that on this character because obviously I want to play through this more of as a legitimate playthrough, not necessarily a speed run or any kind of like high-level tutorial of how to do things or anything. This is just me playing to play and kind of make semi-instructional videos. Well, basically just having a good time and slowly working my way back into streaming. I have tried to get into streaming numerous times in the past. I am not going to guarantee this time is going to work any better. I do work a full-time job in retail. I am the assistant manager of a store, and I do hope to become the actual store manager at some point when my current store manager retires. So I do work 40 to 50 hours a week most weeks, sometimes more. I also have a 1.5-year-old son and my second child who is due in a couple of months. So I may not be able to stream super regularly or super long. Today I'm off of work for the day. I opened my store today. And my wife has our son out doing some errands and visiting friends and things for play dates that I don't particularly go along to because I am bored and don't like dealing with people outside of work. Which is weird because I'm actually really good at my job and interact greatly with people here in game and online. I just don't like actual people. Although I do have some close friends that I talk to and hang out with. But now, if you are just starting out with Guild Wars 2, and you never played Guild Wars 1, which, if you're just starting out, I would assume is basically everybody. Because if you played Guild Wars 1, I don't know why you wouldn't have started Guild Wars 2 years ago. This is an item called a Hall of Monuments Portal Stone. Now, this will take me to an area called the Hall of Monuments that is located in the location of Eye of the North. There are rewards from things that you unlocked in Guild Wars 2 by playing Guild Wars 1 there. I won't be going there because I have no desire to get any of that stuff. I already have all the skins and everything that you can get from there unlocked on my account, so I really have no reason to go there. So, what I'm going to do is simply right-click on this and select the option Destroy. If you right-click on anything, it will give you a menu of all of the possible options you can do with that item. This is good for a number of items. Very rare cases, to destroy items, you will have to type their full name. It is case sensitive as well as punctuation sensitive, which is annoying. So, give me a minute while I type this out. If I can type. And then once you have it typed correctly, the yes option will light up. Click that and it'll destroy those items. Now, because this is a gem store salvage item that basically is an infinite salvage kit. It does require 3 copper per use, which is the in-game currency. However, you can see certain things have multiple options. So, it is good to show that off. I will be using this extensively later on, but that is one of the few things I have that I will be using. This is a pass to a basically like it's essentially a shortcut area to allow you to do a bunch of stuff that doesn't really pertain to new players. It's useful for veterans. These are Black Lion chests. They're items that you can get and give rare or exclusive items that are generally gem store things. And some of the stuff you can get out of it can be rather valuable that you can sell on the trade post. These are teleport to friends. You will never see me use one of those on this character. Basically, it teleports you to another player, and you can use it to get into areas early without having to do the story or anything like that. So I will not be using those on this character. The other items here are for other things that aren't really relevant or useful. Now, crafting is locked because I don't have any crafting disciplines currently learned on this character. There are several crafting disciplines in the game. Artificer, Weaponsmith, Artificer, Weaponsmith, Huntsman. I was trying to remember the third one for creating weapons. Those 3 are used to create weapons. Tailor, Armorsmith, and Leatherworker are used to create armor. Jeweler is used to create accessories. And Chef is used to create food. And utility items that give you stat boosts based on what you're using. There is one other crafting profession called Scribe that is entirely used to make decorations and utility items for your guild. So you will probably never see me doing any of the crafting disciplines on this character because I have them all on other characters. Now, I may eventually do it, one of them, just to help with leveling, because it is a very good way to level very quickly. However, like I said, I'm not trying to speedrun this or anything. I am trying to do it more in a legitimate starting player fashion, where I'm trying to play through the game basically as if I just bought the game. Or just started a free account, because Guild Wars 2, in its base form, without the expansions, is free to play. There are some restrictions on the free-to-play accounts. I don't know what they are exactly because I've never had one. I pre-ordered the game before it ever even launched. I've played since its beta weekends and have a lot of stuff because of that. Now, I'm going to skip this one. This last tab here is your masteries. This stuff is not unlocked until you reach level 80 on your first character or complete the required story step in the story that it is tied to. Heart of Thorns is obviously tied to the expansion Heart of Thorns. Path of Fire is the same with the Path of Fire expansion. Icebrood Saga is actually tied to the interim events known as Living World Season 3 and Season 4. End of Dragons is the End of Dragons expansion. And Secrets of Obscure is the Secrets of the Obscure expansion. I won't really be going over any of this stuff until we start unlocking them. I do have a large number of these unlocked, as evidenced by this very high mastery rank. Now, that being said, I'm going to try and avoid using these as much as I can. Some of them are passive. So, in those cases, I will not be able to avoid using them simply because I have no way to turn them off. Once they are unlocked on your account, they are just automatically applied to all characters upon creation, and there is no way to turn them off. Now, this last tab that I skipped is the Achievements tab. Now, you will see a lot of things in here, as well as my unlocked rewards, my account bonuses, as well as recently completed and nearly completed achievements. Now, what I mentioned probably quite a while ago now, because I've been rambling for a while going over this, there are daily achievements that refresh every day. The festival is whatever festival is currently going on, which is Festival of Four Winds currently. And then you have miscellaneous other tabs for a lot of other things. The main one I want to talk about right now is the one I mentioned earlier, the Character Adventure Guide. Now, these are achievements and things that were added that give large amounts of experience and are meant to help advance new players quickly so that they can catch up with the more veteran players and not be stuck in what are essentially dead maps. Because a lot of the maps, especially a lot of the base maps, meaning the maps from the original game pre-expansions, aren't really explored or don't really have a whole lot of stuff done in them anymore, other than one or two events here and there for like world bosses and things. So it can be difficult to get through those areas and stuff, and you won't really have a whole lot of people to play with and collaborate with. It's simply because people aren't hanging out in those areas. So, they added these. You start with Volume 1, and as you complete each volume, you will unlock the next one. Now, there are several tasks in each one. Some of them are fairly easy to use. Some of them require you to actually go do mapping and things. You will automatically, upon completion of the tutorial, complete this one here known as The Adventure Begins. That is basically a free achievement saying, congratulations, you completed your tutorial. Have fun playing the game. Now, I am going to jump through and do some of these very quickly because I can. Now, you can come in here at any time and look at them, and if you move your mouse over it, it will tell you what you need to do, as well as provide you some hints in the gray text if it's something that needs additional explanation. Such as the Renowned Hearts here. It explains what Renowned Hearts are and how they're marked on the map. The ones like defeating enemies, it's literally just defeat 25 enemies. There's no further explanation needed. Now, the one I did is using emotes. I used the emote sit. It does say here in the notes that there is the emote list emote, which is hilarious, that gives you a full list of all emotes in the game. Now, some of them you will see here say locked next to them. That is because they are unlocked via completion of events, or not events, sorry, achievements, or from specific things such as PvP or World vs. World, which is still PvP, but it also has some PvE elements to it. It's interesting and kind of fun to play sometimes. That have reward tracks, and some of them are tied to those. So now if you do pull this up, you can basically do any emote off of this list and it will give you this achievement. Now, as you earn achievements throughout the game, you will get reward chests, which you can see up here. I am decently up there in achievement points. There are people who have a lot more than me. There are people who have significantly less. However, the main thing is the achievement points are earned from completing achievements. The adventure guide achievements, however, do not award any achievement points. They do award what is called experience awards, which basically just grants you experience to help you level. None of them, however, grant any kind of achievement points. I'm going to say yes to this just to get rid of it. That is a volunteer thing. Basically trying to move me to a more populated map to consolidate people into fewer maps so the game servers do not have to run as many map instances. Now, the reward for reaching level 3 is what is called an item bag, or an inventory bag. All characters start out with a 20-slot backpack and 4 additional bag slots available. You can buy more bag slots using gems. This is an 8-slot bag, which will expand my inventory out to 28 items. So instead of only being able to have 20 items, I can carry 28. The largest bags currently in the game that you can get are very expensive bags that are 32 slots per bag. Now, if you do manage to get those, or make them, because you can craft them if you are willing to spend the time and effort to do so, you can get a very large amount of inventory space. My Elementalist, Sir Norton Tarley, currently has the maximum number of bag slots. I have purchased him as many as you can possibly get, and has minimum 20 slot bags in all of them. He does have a few larger ones that are 24 and I believe one 28 slot bag. Now, his total inventory is actually almost 300 items. I almost never fill that. It is very good for when you are doing long map metas and things and don't necessarily have time or don't want to take the time to clear your inventory regularly. However, when you first start out, your inventory is very limited in how much you can carry. So, the first thing I want to do here, now that I'm done going over all of that stuff, is I want to talk to this person here with the telescope over their head. Or spyglass. It's technically a spyglass. These characters are scouts. Now, scouts will give you an overview of the area that they are in and show you where the renowned hearts are, which are basically permanent event locations where you can complete objectives to earn experience and work on leveling your character and things. The early ones like this one do tend to show you a lot more than the later ones do. The last thing they explain there is the waypoint system. Guild Wars 2 does, for fast travel purposes, use what is known as waypoints. Now, anytime you are not in combat, if you are actively in combat, you cannot use them. However, anytime you are not in combat, you can simply click on it and say yes. Or if you double click on it, you will automatically teleport to it. Now, using waypoints does cost in-game money. Generally, it's only copper and silver because there are 3 levels of in-game currency: copper, silver, and gold. Now, most of the time, it's only, maybe some silver. You're never going to have to spend a gold to waypoint, even if you're trying to waypoint, across the map. Which, this is the full world map, by the way. It's very big. It goes... the original areas are primarily here. And there's this area here in Azkalan, Shiver Peak Mountains, down here in the Steam Spur Mountains, Ruins of Ore, Tarnished Coast, and Kryta are the original map areas. They've since added Maguma Wastes, the Heart of Maguma, the Horn of Maguma. Isles of Janthier is going to be the new expansion that comes out next week. Far Shiver Peaks, Blood Legion Homelands, Woodland Cascades have all been added in subsequent stories and expansions, as has the Crystal Desert, Desolation, Sulphurous Wastes, Vabi, Isle of Istan, and then way down here, on the other side of the Unending Ocean, is Cantha and all of its areas, which were added in the End of Dragons expansion. So, this is a very large world map, and it does take a long time to explore, but that's a good thing, because it gives you plenty to do. Now, just for the sake of doing it, and because I'm not worried about money, because I have plenty, I'm going to simply teleport over here just to complete another thing. Now, on the mini-map here, you will see there is the heart, there is the waypoint, and then you see these little squares here, which are called undiscovered points of interest. Oh, hey, we have a pop-up event. This is an event that basically, they're just random events that show up and have certain things that you're supposed to do to complete them. And some of them succeeding will allow certain events to happen. In some cases, failing the event will actually physically change the world. There is an area here in this area that we will get to later that I will show you that. For the most part, these early area events, these low-level ones, aren't really difficult to complete. A lot of times a single person can complete them without too much difficulty. And that's done. Now we have the follow-up event, which only happens if you succeed at the first one, where you then have to... What I did there was hit the dodge button. There is a dodge roll in this game. One, because I wanted the thing, and two, because I wanted to not take damage. That was entirely to complete it. The 2 skill here you are seeing me use does do some damage over time, but it also heals. So I am kind of using it for healing purposes so I don't die, which I died anyways. So if you do die, you just have to go to a waypoint and it'll revive you. And I leveled up to 4. Now, here is an example of what I was talking about before, where there are certain things because of my masteries that I can't turn off. Now, you'll see here, I got the looting enemies achievement in the adventure guide. To loot enemies, you usually have to go up and interact with them. The default key for that is the F key on the keyboard. However, because of my masteries, I have auto-looting unlocked. So, it automatically collected it. So you will never see me loot stuff. And upon reaching level 4, you do unlock your 3rd skill, which, for me, it protects allies and does damage. However, the damage is done based on the enemy attacking you. As you see there, I blocked and then basically counterattacked. Now, for this, what I'm doing is I am basically going around, pulling the larvae out of the ground, killing them, and that is how I complete the heart here. You can also kick the trees to feed the moas that are standing near them, if you don't really want to fight. Personally, I don't necessarily care either way. I find both ways just as easy. I guess because I haven't gone over it, I will go over the menuing and stuff and icons that are in my top left corner. Actually, let me just go over the HUD in general real quick. The basic layout of the HUD is you have your chat here. Different kinds of chat have different colors. The red one is map chat. Gold is for guild. Then you can see my various guilds here. I have 5 of them that I'm a member of. Say we'll just say it to people in your general area on the map you are on. It is basically local chat. Map chat basically sends the message to anyone that is in the same map instance that you are in. Party will send it to whoever is in a party with you. Parties are up to 5 people, basically, that are working together to play the game. Squad is basically a larger version of party used for some of the more end game stuff, for lack of better terms. A lot of times, those are ran by what are called commanders. And that is basically, it's a group of 10 to 50 people that are working on a specific thing. Either map meta, world versus world, raids, what have you. Team is similar to squad, except it is mostly used for PvP and world versus world. It is kind of the mid-step between map and squad. It will basically allow you to talk to everyone that is on your team without saying anything to the other team on the map. So in PvP, it's important because then you're not giving away your strategies and things to the other team. Same thing with world versus world. If you used the map chat, the other teams would be able to see it. If you use squad, only your squad's going to see it. The people who aren't in your squad on the map won't see it. So if there's multiple squads running on world versus world maps, which happens semi-regularly, team is used to coordinate attacks and things. Whisper is a private message to a single person that is only viewable by that person. I'm going to do this just to get that message to go away. That is the chat window. On the bottom here, you have your skill bar, which is mostly locked because I'm low level. Your health, your stamina, and then you have a way to switch your equipment and build templates quickly. You can also activate mastery skills here, which I technically can't use right now because I don't have the stuff for it because I'm not high enough level, but it exists, it's there. Same thing with over here. This is novelties, which are just little fun items you can use to do weird things. And then mounts, which, as you can see, I have quite a few different mounts. Those were introduced in Path of Fire and not something I'm going to be going over right now. On the bottom, you have your level. And then if you are being scaled, because the game does have level scaling. So when you are in lower level areas, even if you are a max level character of level 80, you will be downscaled to a area appropriate level. So even though I am level 4, or if I was level 80, I would be operating as a level 3 character. My stats would be automatically reduced to approximately what they would be at if I was level 3. And of course, you can highlight this at any time to see how much experience you have and need to get to the next level. This is our mini map, which I had somewhat explained the icons a little earlier. You can zoom it in and out. You can also pan to your story. You can set personal waypoints and miscellaneous other things. There's a lot of stuff you can do with the mini map. Now, the top right corner has your story and current goals. So it's the top one here is my current story goal or area goal, which is the heart I'm currently working on. This one is the festival information for the current world event that is going on, that is currently the Festival of the Four Winds. And then, of course, the achievements that are currently being tracked or that the game says I should be working on. A lot of times it's the daily event or the daily achievements for the Wizard Vault, which I'll get to in a minute. The final corner of the HUD, the left corner here, on the bottom has your party thing. Now, here you can type a player's name to either invite or join them in a party, as well as leave whatever party you're in. Now, if you're just starting out, you won't have the other options here. This is the Create Squad and Mentor options. These let you set up squads. They do require you purchasing what is called a commander tag or a mentor tag. I have both. And again, that is something that is an account unlock that once it is unlocked, it cannot be turned off. At least not, it can't be disabled, I should say. They are currently turned off. If I was to click on either one of them, it would put a tag over my head. So people would know that I am doing some kind of event that I am helping people with. Or I am doing a world event that is something a large group of people are working on. I won't be doing any of that stuff right now. Now, these other icons up here is the game menu, which allows you to get into your options, edit your account, contact support, log out, or just exit the game entirely. I'm not going to be going over any of that stuff right this second. This one is your friends list. As you can see, none of my friends are currently online. This one is called LFG. It's your looking for group. You can check and see if people are doing stuff based on what you're looking for. Squads here are miscellaneous stuff that's being done in certain maps or other things. World bosses, living world stuff. There's stuff for each of the expansions, dungeons, strike missions, raids, all kinds of stuff. So you can find people to do stuff that you are also looking to do. Unfortunately, the LFG is mostly useless. There is very little that actually gets put in here. As you can see, basically, with the exception of, like, the one thing, there's next to nothing in any of them. I mean, there's... So... There's really nobody doing any of this stuff anymore, so... It's not stuff that... Okay, people are doing Dragon Stand, apparently. But, for the most part, all of these are generally just empty. Followers show people who have added you to their friends list, but you have not put on yours. As you can see, I have a lot of them. And I apparently completed another thing for using my healing skill a few times, because I've just been healing it. The last one in your contacts and LFG window is blocked. As you can see, I do have a few people that I've blocked over the years playing. Most of them were people that were bots or whatever that were spamming me with, like, oh, hey, go here to buy free gold or to get free gold or whatever. So, a lot... Now, the next one here is your hero panel, which can also just be opened with the H key by default. Same thing with inventory. The I key just opens it by default. The envelope here is your mail, which I guess I should probably get into. This... You won't necessarily have this stuff when you first start out. I have these from pre-ordering the game 12 years ago. Actually, 13 years ago, because I pre-ordered it like a year before it came out. So you won't necessarily get these. But if someone sends you mail, or if you buy something like in the gem store that I showed earlier, it'll come in here in the mail. I'm going to take that stuff, then delete the mail, and close out of that. Then you have your guild tab, which shows you your guilds. You won't really have anything in here until you join a guild, and then you'll be able to see the stuff from the guild. I'm not currently representing a guild, so I can't really look at anything beyond the rosters for the various guilds I'm in. Weird, she has not been on for almost a month. So, when was the last time he was on? About 2 days ago. Weird that she hasn't been on in a month, but he was on like 2 days ago. So that was a couple of my real world friends. I was curious when they were last on, because I haven't seen them for a while, but I've been playing at super weird times. So that's the guild window. The next one is World vs. World. This will allow you to go compete in World vs. World, which is basically a collaborative between various guilds and stuff to fight each other on unique maps that I'm not going to go into, and it's, if you want to look into it, I recommend giving it a try on your own. It is very involved, and I don't necessarily recommend it for new players. Same thing with PvP here. I don't recommend it for new players. It is semi-competitive and can get rather toxic, unfortunately. Now, the last thing there, this should finish the heart as well. Yay, we did it. It also completed defeating enemies. Neat. Alright, so let's... When you complete a heart, when you complete a renowned heart, you will get money and what is called karma. And I got level 5, which unlocked a profession skill and the rally ability. Now, the NPC that instructs you and gives you hints on what you need to do to complete the hearts, after you have completed the heart, will turn into a merchant. And you use the karma that you earn by doing hearts and miscellaneous events and stuff to purchase items from them. I am not going to be purchasing anything from them because it's all worthless junk to me. You can also sell things to them, which I'm currently going to be selling this club, as well as this item, the globs of globby goo, which is known as a junk item, and its only purpose is to sell to merchants for money. Now, any merchant that has a sell tab, there is a sell button and a sell junk button. The sell junk button will automatically sell any and all junk items in your inventory in a single click. It is very nice. The third option on merchants, not all, but a lot of them, is a buyback option. The buyback option is there and will keep a log of everything you have sold to the merchant for a short period of time. So you can, if you accidentally sell something, you can get it back for the same amount of money that the merchant gave you for it. So, like this tiny fang here, they will give me 3 copper for it. I'm going to sell it. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So I can go in here to buy back, select it, and buy it back for 3 coins. So I don't lose any money, and I can get my item back. Now, if you close out of the merchant and then re-talk to them again, if you do it in a short period of time, we'll still have your items. So you don't have to worry about accidentally closing the window. However, if you leave the map and come back from a different map, the items will be purged and they will be gone forever. So make sure that you don't accidentally sell something and forget to buy it back before leaving the map. Now, the last, well, the second to last, because the last one is, I'll go over in a minute. The last one up here is the Black Lion Trading Company. This is the gem store I pulled up earlier. There are a lot of things you can buy here. I mean, it's got a lot. Honestly, I recommend simply looking through it on your own. The other things in the trading company, or trade post as most people call it, is a currency exchange, which has 3 things on it. The first thing it has is gold exchange. By basically, you sell your gems for gold. Then there is the gem exchange, where you basically buy gems for gold. And then there is the purchase gems for real money, which is a thing. Gems are, they're not necessarily super expensive, but they're not cheap either. A lot of gem store stuff costs, a couple hundred gems for most of the rarer stuff. As you can see, a lot of this stuff costs like 16 for 4. Some of this stuff, when it's on sale, is only like 2 or something. So there's a lot of stuff that you can get, but it's going to cost you a little bit of money. There's also the custom exchange, where you can basically say exactly how much gold or how many gems you want to buy. Then the last thing on here is the trade post itself, which is what most people refer to this window as, because this is the most common thing people are going to use this window for. Here you can buy items from other people and sell items that you don't want. Now, most items in the game that you're going to get just through the natural course of the game are basically worthless. There are certain items that are worth a bunch. There are some that are worth basically nothing, like the jar of orange sauce here that you can make as a chef. It's no one's going to buy this. It's not worth anything. There's a million of them listed. There are rare items as well, such as some of these skins and weapons that are ridiculously expensive, that have to be obtained from either the Black Lion chest or very specific crafting methods that take a lot or are just super, super, super rare drops. Now, I don't necessarily recommend trying to trade post stuff if you are a new player. You can also sell your items, which, as you can see, I could sell some of this stuff for a tiny little bit. The big thing to note when you sell stuff is there is what's called a listing fee and an exchange fee. Those increase the higher the cost of the item, the higher the fees are. So the more you're asking for an item, the more the listing fee is going to be, as well as the exchange fee. The exchange fee will be subtracted from what you get when the item sells. The listing fee, however, you have to have the money to list it before it is listed. So if I wanted to, say, match this, if I had less than 26 copper on me, it would not let me list it. Now, the actual last icon up here is, do that real quick so it doesn't try and kick me out. This is the Wizard's Vault. These are your daily achievements / tasks that will give you rewards. I've already done all mine today. They reset in about an hour and a half. There is also weekly ones that are slightly more involved. And more time consuming. There is also special ones that are usually stuff that give a lot of reward points, but require you to complete very specific things, generally relating to either what event is currently going on, like the Festival of the Four Winds, such as these ones down here, or stuff relating to whatever the newest story is, such as the one here, complete the story chapter Sovereign of Neos. That is basically saying complete the story of Secrets of Obscure, the newest expansion. Now, completing those will give you some money and items and stuff as well, but it also gives you what are called Astral Acclaim. Now, the other two tabs here are, actually, before I get into those other two tabs, the options here will allow you to select your daily and weekly objectives for what you want. By default, they are all turned on. I recommend turning them to basically whatever game mode you primarily play. I keep mine set pretty much exclusively to PvE. You can set it to mixed with any of the other ones, or like exclusively one or the other. So and that will give you different tasks based on what you choose. So, like, if you pick PvP, some of your tasks will require that you do PvP, like defeat X number of players in PvP, or claim X number of capture points. I had to stop and think what they were called. Now, once you complete those and get Astral Acclaim, you can use them here to purchase the Astral Rewards, which are a lot of this stuff is rare items, and unique skins and things. The unique skins and stuff, if you do not purchase them during the time frame that they're available, because they're only available for a quarter. So they are refreshed every 90 days, and then they are gone. However, that is where the third tab here comes into play. This is the tab for legacy rewards. If you did not get them when they were first available, you can get them here. They are slightly more expensive to get them from the legacy rewards. But you can get them. So if you don't get them right away, it is not you just can never get them. You have missed out on them forever. They do allow it for you to basically get them later. Now, that's pretty much everything for the HUD. Now, at level 5, we unlocked what is called a utility skill or class skill. Now, for Guardian, it is virtues. I forgot how to get up there. I gotta go out and around, but I'm looking for an enemy. This skilled Drake will work. Killed the frog. Now, by hitting this, it'll make it so my next attack inflicts burning, which does damage over time. So, and that, like anything else, if I don't activate it, it does give me a passive virtue, which if I actually can find an enemy that's strong enough for me to hit multiple times, I will eventually just cause burning naturally with my auto attacks and stuff, simply because it is passively affecting me. Now we're going to talk to this scout. That way she can tell me about more hearts. The big thing with exploring the map is largely getting the waypoints. However, I'm going to run back this way real quick. Because there are a couple of people I want to talk to. There are, in the starting areas, merchants. This is an armor smith, where you can buy slightly better armor than your gear that you are given by default. There are 3 different armor classes: light, medium, and heavy. What armor class you used is determined by what class you are playing. Guardians use heavy armor, elementalists use light armor, rangers use medium. So it all just depends on what class you are playing. They also have slightly stronger stuff for when you reach level 10. You can also sell them things and obviously buy stuff back. Same thing with the weaponsmith. They've got weapons that are slightly stronger, and you can also use this to get other weapons for your profession, which, let me actually I can't do that. I was going to pull that up, but and you can see here, if you go over them, it'll tell you whether you can use it. Like, if you can't use it in the bottom of the thing, as you can see there, it'll have a red thing saying the weapon type is unusable by your profession. If some things like the focus, because it's an offhand weapon, we do not have that unlocked till you get to level 6. And it will tell you that. Certain weapons require elite specs that we will get into later that are basically more advanced skill sets and things, and unlock extra weapons for the class that require the expansions and stuff. Secrets of Obscure added what is known as Weapon Master training, which allows you to use any weapon that is unlocked, regardless of whether you are currently using that elite spec or not. For that profession, obviously, it's not going to let you use just any weapon in the game. So I'm not currently going to buy any of this stuff because I generally don't. I usually just use whatever weapons I get as drops, or I make weapons. The last person I want to talk to is the general merchant here. If you find yourself early on having issues with inventory, you can buy 4 slot bags from the merchant at the start of the first areas that you begin in. Honestly, it's not worth it to do so, in my opinion, but if you feel you need to, by all means, please go ahead. Obviously, if you have inventory management problems, it can be helpful. I'm also going to run over here to where this event was earlier that we did, because I want to talk to this merchant, who is a temporary merchant. This is an example of what I was talking about when we were doing the event earlier, where things change based on event completion. With the event having successfully been completed, this NPC will be here as a merchant, and he will sell these spiky fruits. These are called bundle items, which can be used to basically throw at enemies to cause mild damage, and they're just kind of weird little things that are kind of a nifty addition to the game. Alright, now I'm going to go work on this event here, because I tend to try to do the events when I am playing new characters, just because it helps level. Whoop. Now, as you can see, with these being slightly stronger enemies, and the fact that I can actually get my full 3-hit combo off. When I do hit the third attack of my combo, it does cause burning. And that is from my Virtue. Wow. I was honestly expecting that to complete that a little more. That is surprising that 7 of them basically only did like a quarter of it. Yay. Alright, cool. Now let's go turn these in. Okay, he obviously had a bunch. So, this should finish it. Yeah, there we go. Now, if I had any more, or if I was gathering any of them that are not turned in the next, like, 30 seconds, the person who has them is just going to be stuck holding on to them till this event comes in again, or they will have to just destroy them, because they will be of no use for anything else. Which is why I'm no longer trying to find any, because I'm not going to be able to run over, get them, and come turn them in. So, I'm going to head up this way and start moving towards the next renowned heart, which actually is this way. Now, as you saw, I completed another thing in the adventure guide there. Honestly, you will end up completing most of that just by playing the game. They're not really designed to make you go out of your way to do any of that stuff. Now, I am slightly under-leveled for this area, or this event heart area. Being as this is a level 6 heart. However, I am basically level 6, so I'm not concerned about it. As you can see, I had 0 problems taking out that level 6 enemy. And now we're level 6. Which means we can also select a reward, either a torch or a greatsword. Personally, I'm going to take the torch. Simply because I want to have an offhand. I'm also going to equip this Heroes Band just because. Move that there. In your inventory, I never went over this, but there are 3 option things here in the top. Options, which lets you change some options stuff. Which lets you, show individually bags. It lets you either separate or embed your shared inventory slots. You can have it highlight or show new items. You can also have it show the rarity of the items, which I just find annoying to have my inventory be like 6 different colors, so I keep that stuff hidden. The other two up here, this one will compact your inventory down into so everything is in the earliest inventory slot it can be. The other one here will deposit any materials into your material storage that can be deposited, which helps keep your inventory a little emptier. Oh, hey, look, I got a black lion chest. Great. That's what I needed. Alright. Now, most renowned hearts will have multiple options on how to progress them. A lot of them will have some form of combat, as well as some kind of non-combat option. Now, if I don't really want to fight them. If you get too far away from a renowned heart, you will no longer contribute to it. I'm going to do that just to work on that. Alright. There are multiple people working on this heart, which makes it slightly more difficult. That is a downside to having multiple people working on the heart. Is it makes it more difficult for you to interact with the things you need to. Yay, got that done. I almost went to glide there. It is going to be very difficult for me to remember not to use those skills. Now, again, he has some stuff that is technically a little better. Again, I'm not going to be using it because I know I'm going to get a lot of that stuff just as I level up. Now, I do want to head over this way. This is technically a higher level area, being as this is a level 6 area. There are resource nodes here that you can see, like the sapling and stuff, the onions. I don't have gathering tools to collect them. I will go over that stuff later, when we do gain access to that stuff. For right now, I'm mostly just gonna be fighting through stuff and getting map completion items. This is what is called a vista. They are shown on the mini-map and the world map when you are in an area as 2 red triangles. And just kind of gives you a nice cinematic view of the local area. Now, I'm going to come down here and be bad and run past these enemies, because I don't really want to fight them. Run up here. This is a hero challenge, a commune hero challenge to be specific. If you do take damage while communing, it will cancel the commune, and you will have to restart it when you are not taking damage. Hero points will give you, well, hero points that are used to unlock skills later on. Those are not currently accessible to me because those are not unlocked till level 11. This item up here is actually from the current event. This is from the Festival of the Four Winds. Now, vistas aren't technically unlocked until level 7. The reason I can do a lot of this stuff is because I am higher level. I have higher level characters. If this were my first character, I would not be able to get any of this stuff until I successfully got to the correct level. So, like, the trading post that I was showing, the Vista I just did, even the hero point, which isn't unlocked till level 11. If you are just starting out as a first-time player, you will not be able to do those until you reach the correct level. As you can see here, the Raptor mount unlocks at level 10. Weapon swapping unlocks at level 10. Personal story. And you get 5 hero points at level 11. But that stuff is all stuff that is level locked unless you have a level 80 character. Once you have one level 80 character on your account, all of that stuff is just automatically unlocked for any character you make after that point. So, after you have your first level 80, any new character you make will be able to view vistas, collect hero points, all of that stuff just by default at level 1. Well, technically level 2 because you can't actually get out of tutorial at level 1. But anyways, I have been going for about a little over 2 hours now, so I am going to actually take a short break. And I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, we are back. Sorry about that. I was gone a little longer than I expected. I got a phone call while I was on break that was work related that I had to deal with. Unfortunately, that is one of the downsides of my position is I tend to have to deal with stuff outside of my normal scheduled work hours. However, I do get decent compensation and do actually have really good benefits and do get an okay pay and everything for it, so my job is actually pretty nice. It is retail, so it does suck sometimes. It has its downsides, it has its bad days. But I enjoy it. It's nice. And it's a small local company, so it's cool keeping stuff kind of in the area and everything. But jungle troll. Trolling the jungle trolls. Haha. That sounded oddly more Mickey Mouse than I intended it to. There it is. Get off the tree. I knew there was a vista over here somewhere. Now, what I did there to exit out of that cutscene was simply hit the escape button. Now, this is one of the renowned hearts that I actually tend to not do combat with because I kind of like playing with the little puppies. Because it's kind of cute. So, I tend to come in here and play with the Sylvian pups rather than actually do the combat with the mosquito larvae and mosquitoes. Alright, there we go.
weird that it won't let me play with these ones. Huh. Strange. It's probably because other people are. So... It's a case of, unfortunately, too many people trying to do events, so... I will go finish it by taking care of some of the enemies rather than the normal method that I like of playing with the puppies. Now, there are certain items, such as this jar of ooze, that I want to bring up. Let me collect this reward real quick. One of the achievement tabs that is in the game that you can work on are called collections. A lot of them are tied to the Black Lion weapon skins you can get. Festivals each have their own collections and stuff. Legendary equipment, specializations for elite specs, rare collections are later game stuff or rare things. The one I want to talk about primarily, however, is the basic collections. A lot of this stuff, especially the ones I have already completed, that I completed a long time ago, are ones that you can do fairly easily. The ones I want to talk about in particular for new players to work on are these ones here. This one is called Utility Utilizer. And, well, most of this stuff requires level 80. It is a good thing to pay attention to. As well as, like, this is the one I actually wanted to pull up. This is the Uncanny Canner collection. Because some of these things come from the heart vendors. Here is the jar of ooze that you can buy right here. And by getting all of these, some of which, like the twister in a jar, do require you to be level 80 and do stuff in level 80 areas, unfortunately, give you some very nice rewards. In the case of Uncanny Canner, it gives you what is called an Uncanny Jar. This is a bag that is a 20-slot bag. So, if you can get this, it is very nice to get it. Some of them are also fairly simple to get, simply because they're just things you have to get from specific vendors and things. Or certain items. Trash collector is another one like that. Where you're basically just trying to get junk items. Which you will get these literally just by going through and killing miscellaneous enemies. You should eventually get all of these, which will give you a title as well as achievement points and some miscellaneous items. The titles can be assigned from the hero panel here in the achievement section right here. You see, I currently don't have a title set to this character. I do have a lot of them, which again has to do with the fact that I've been playing for years. Some of them, however, are ones that can only be obtained from playing Guild Wars 1, such as God Walking Amongst Mere Mortals. Sorry, that was my wife calling me, so I needed to find out what she needed or to see if there was a problem with my son and if I needed to take care of it, but she was just checking to see what I wanted for dinner because she is on her way home. So, now, if you actually look in the bottom left corner, you will see I am level 7. However, as I went over earlier, I am currently being down-leveled. I am being scaled down to level 4. Huh. I thought for sure that would spawn something to attack me. Whatever. Now, the nice thing right here is... There's a giant risen. That's not the nice thing, though. The nice thing is, in this area, there tends to be... Wow, they literally just, like, murked that thing super quick. Dead allies. Which is good for, as you saw there, the adventure guide, because the reviving allies can be a little difficult to do, especially early on, because people don't necessarily die all the time, unless, I mean, if you're doing certain things, people will, but you're not necessarily going to just find random players that are laying around dead. However, they did make NPCs count towards it, which is really nice. And now we have level 8. Now we have unlocked underwater combat, as well as my 5th weapon skill. Now this is not a selection, it just gives us underwater gear, which I'm just going to double click to automatically equip. Now, I'm actually going to change my mace and torch for this staff I have, just to show you some of the differences. And because I had not gone over this yet, what I was using before, mace torch, is a one-handed weapon and an offhand weapon. When you are using one-handed weapons and an offhand, the one-handed weapon gives you weapon skills 1, 2, and 3. Skills 4 and 5 come from your offhand weapon. Now, if you are wielding something like a staff, which is a two-handed weapon, all 5 skills come from the two-handed weapons. Now, I'm going to come over here and learn how to dodge, because it's a thing that they have you do. Whee! Whee! Okay. Those are actually slightly better than what I'm wearing, so we'll trade those out. Now, the big difference between, like, the mace and the staff is the staff is ranged. Which is very helpful. And this is an area where failing events will actually cause this tree here to wilt, which prevents you from actually getting into a jumping puzzle. I am going to trigger this waypoint real quick. And then I'm going to go back over towards this event. And that is a barrier wall. Catch up to them. Now, the Risen and stuff I'm going to be fighting up here, unfortunately, are not going to count for the heart. Simply because we are too far away from the heart. However, there is another heart right up here that we can do. Now, this is a case of, because the event succeeded, he becomes a merchant. And has a spy kit, which is kind of a nifty utility item, but not really super important or entirely helpful. So, now, because I can't use this, I'm just going to salvage it. Same with the rifle. I will keep the mace and torch for now. Since I can't salvage that, I'm just going to sell it for the 1 copper. Now, since we're here, I'm going to go ahead and do this heart. Because this area doesn't exit out anywhere else, really. I do recommend being at least appropriate level, if not, like I am, a little over-leveled. Simply because there is fights and stuff in here that need to be done that can be difficult if you are under-leveled. Because up here, in this area here, is a hero challenge. Which, if you are not appropriate level, you are going to get murdered very quickly. Because I'm appropriate level and everything, I was able to take care of it without much issue. Now, if you are just starting out, at level 9 is when you unlock the gathering that I was talking about earlier. Now, here in equipment, you can see I've equipped some stuff. That's the ring I got. Here's my underwater equipment. These are the foraging or the gathering tools. The ones that you receive by default are copper level. They are the lowest level. They only collect the most basic of materials. Now, as you get into higher levels and higher level areas, you can get more advanced things. And it will allow you to harvest the higher tier materials to make more advanced equipment and things. Now that that's done, we can leave. And now we can head back and do the other heart that I had already started. Now, this is... Now, that previous one was a combat hero point. As you can see, this tree is currently wilted, meaning the event to save it failed. There will be an event chain, probably in a little while, to restore it. But that previous hero point was a combat hero point. This one is simply an item consumption hero point. We simply take the blossom. You do have to have an inventory slot for it to go into. And then you simply double click on it or right click and hit use. And it will give you a hero point. And you have now completed that hero point. Now, normally, when this is not wilted, you can climb it and do a jumping puzzle here. Now, unfortunately, because it is wilted, you can get up to the top here. However, you cannot jump up to this rock. So, it is unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that I hit that blue moa. Anyways, the event to restore that will happen eventually. And once it's restored, then you would be able to do the jumping puzzle. Neat. Now again, I could buy some of this stuff to increase my stats and everything and make myself a little stronger. It doesn't necessarily mean much. Because the stats are not a large enough increase for me to worry about. We are almost done with the stuff from the original guide person, except this one that I always forget exists. Okay. I would kind of like to do the event to restore this and actually be able to do the jumping puzzle, but I have no idea when the event's going to start. So, we'll check back later. For now, we're going to go over to do this next renowned heart. Now, if you actually look here, you can see they're level 3, and their level is slightly green, because I am currently in a level 5 area, and I am only being downscaled to 5. I am high enough level versus them that it considers them weak to me. So, they will die much quicker and take more damage than I would do to other enemies. It also means that if they hit me, they have an increased chance of getting what is called a glancing blow, which does reduce damage. Okay. Neat. So, completing that heart actually completed enough of the Adventure Guide Volume 1 that we finished it. So, that unlocks the Raptor mount if you did not already have it unlocked, weapon swapping, and your personal story 1. Now that we are level 10. And this is when you get your first mail, if you did not get the one that I received for having the additional content, asking you to meet Keith, your NPC guide person, friend, or whichever person it is for the race. If you're human, it's Logan Thackeray. If you're Asura, it's Zojja. If you're Char, it's Ritlock. And if you're Norn, it's I forget the Norn. Or Air. Norn is Eris to Culkin. But, I'm going to go ahead and do this event because I can. which actually this is a series of events. Because after that event is done, then the enraged Spider Queen spawns. And then promptly dies. Now, this is actually the reason that I kept the mace and warhorn. Upon completion of that event, this guy will become a merchant and will sell you a recipe for chef to make mushroom soup. I already have the recipe unlocked on my account, so there's no reason for me to buy it again. I'm going to sell him those spider legs and stuff, though. Now, because, one, these are better than what we have equipped, we're going to equip those. Two, because we are level 10, we have weapon swapping. So, now I'm going to equip the mace, and then because I haven't shown it off, I'm going to equip this focus instead of the torch. I need to finally represent my guild. Actually, let me whisper this person first. They're offline, so I cannot whisper them. That's annoying. Oh well, I sent them a guild invite, so see if they accept or not. It's fine. So, I could go do my personal story now. I do kind of want to finish the starting area here, not necessarily the whole map area, but at least these first few hearts and things. That will allow me to get a little farther along. See if that person I sent the invite to actually joined. Doesn't look like it yet. Although being as they're offline, it may not show them. But doesn't look like it. So, at least the southern area of this, I would like to complete. Yay! Okay, now we're level 11. Now we've unlocked hero points, utility skill slot, and profession skill level, profession skill 2. Which means we now have our second virtue, which regenerates health and will heal us if we activate it. Now, we don't currently have any utility skills unlocked other than our racial ones. I'm going to set Grasping Vines currently because it's a nice immobilize. I'm also going to jump in here and now go over the training tab. The training tab is where you will select and unlock your skills and traits that help you become stronger and allow you to make more diverse builds. Now, the elite specs I was talking about earlier are the ones down here. They require you to be level 80 to start training in them. Now, the specializations you can't train right away. You do have to unlock some skills first. For my personal choice, because I don't personally like either one of these healing skills, I prefer this Signet one. I'm going to actually train Signet training. Which will allow me to switch, because anytime you are out of combat, you can switch your skills. So I'm going to change this to Signet of Resolve, which passively removes a condition from me every couple of seconds. If I actually trigger the skill, it will heal me as well as remove conditions. So it is good for condition clearing. Now, because I still have 6 skill points, I can train more things. I'm going to get the next one in Signet. The farther along in the training you get for the skill track, the more it costs for each skill. So, like, if I wanted to finish all of them, it's going to take 11 hero points that I don't have. However, I'm going to swap over to Meditation, get Litany of Wrath, and then get Merciful Intervention. because I'm going to change this to Merciful Intervention. Merciful Intervention is another healing skill. The Guardian is a very good healer. It is not necessarily its primary focus, but it does make a good healer and protection class. And that should finish the heart. Now, I'm going to swap my weapon a few times just to finish that out. And a lot of classes can weapon swap like I did there in combat. Which does allow for some versatility. It doesn't necessarily allow for huge amounts of versatility, but it does allow for a little. Nice salvage kit. I'm going to take a copper doubloon just because. Events done. Deposit that stuff. Salvage this stuff just because. That's 109. That's 131. Okay. Okay. Now, we have finished almost everything in this lower part of the map, with the exception of this heart and this heart. So, what I want to do is go over and I want to finish this heart down in the bottom left of the map, which I am going the wrong way to do. And then I am going to actually go advance to my personal story. Now, because I have not done any of it yet, at level 9, as I went over, you unlock Gathering, which, because I have the tools, I can collect these items. The plants from harvesting, or lumber from the trees and rocks. Nice. I was a little concerned there for a second. Now, the gathering tools have limited usage. Then you will have to buy new ones. There are gem store gathering tools that are permanent gathering tools. that will allow you to basically gather any resource. They collect all resource nodes regardless of level, no problems. And have unlimited uses. Now, this is a fun heart, actually, because you get to transform into an oak heart. And then you have different skills. There are a lot of transformations in the game. And the skills allow you to restore the plants. Some of them are combat skills. To, say, fight these grubs. Alright. Okay, since we leveled, we got more hero points, so we can now train more things. I'm going to train Smite Condition and Sanctuary. Okay. Sorry, working on guild invites and things for people. One of the things I have to do as an officer. Sorry, we actually ARM actually is a wonderfully fun guild, and we do have fun joking with each other quite a bit. And since it is after 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, server reset has happened. So, the Wizard Vault dailies have reset. One of them is always simply login. That will give you 5 Astral Acclaim every day. Some of the other ones are fairly straightforward. A lot of times, there will be ones simply for defeating enemies, completing events in certain areas, or miscellaneous other things like that. At least for the PvE options. PvP and World vs. World I'm not as familiar with. I will be continuing this a little bit later on, and probably will be doing more tomorrow. I am gonna run up and grab the waypoint that is farther up here that it is guiding me to right now. And then I am most likely going to... Ooh, there's actually stuff I can harvest over here. Head back to do my personal story. I will be wrapping the stream up here probably in about half an hour, 45 minutes or so. That is due to the unfortunate fact that I don't want to stream guild events without proper permission from everyone. And Friday night is the night that we do one of our weekly guild events called Strike Missions. I may see when I jump into our guild Discord if people are okay with me streaming it. If they are, I may just swap to my main and continue streaming while doing the strike missions. If not, then I will obviously end stream and do the strike missions with my guild. Because I do respect my guildmates and stuff with their privacy and don't necessarily want to put them on stream if they don't want to be. Well, I think it would be interesting to stream the strike missions and everything. I don't necessarily want anyone to be disinterested or upset with strike missions by them being streamed. Wow, that thing took forever to come back out. Wow. So that is unfortunately how things are going to end up being tonight. Tomorrow will be similar. The stream would end around 8:30, quarter to 9 if I do one. Simply because tomorrow we have our weekly raid event. And again, I don't want to stream with other people. If they are not comfortable being on stream. Alright, now that I have gotten that waypoint and this lower section is done, we are going to jump back here to the first waypoint. And now we are going to actually head this way into town. So that we can do our first character story. Now, this is one of the racial towns. This one is called the Grove. It is home of the Sylvari. I am going to start working on mapping it. Being in town here, I have to be a little careful with what I'm doing. As I move, you see these, like, wind lines coming off of me. That is due to the fact that because of my masteries, I have what is called Leader of the Pact fully mastered. So that makes me move faster as if I had haste or swiftness, as they call it in this game. permanently in town. Which, while it's nice, can be a little tedious when trying to do vistas and things. Simply due to the fact that I am moving at a faster speed. Which means jumping is a little more awkward. Because I will overshoot my intended target because of how I am jumping. I need to remember where the start of this is. Or no, I need to go here. Okay, this will take me to an instance. Certain areas in towns and other things have what are called instances. These are smaller areas that will only show the people in your party that have come into the instance with you. However, most of the time they have some POIs and occasionally vistas or something in them that you will need to collect for map completion. I have to remember how to get up to that vista. I want to say it's over here. Yeah, here it is. Maybe? Maybe not. Okay. I did not mean to activate my glider there. Oh, no, it's over here. Okay. This is where you start. There are no vistas or anything in the starting towns that require gliding or mounts or anything of that nature. Because they are designed to be done basically as if all you had was the base game and didn't have access to any of that. Wrong way. I don't need to go up, I need to go down. The Grove can be tedious to map simply because it has a lot of levels. And it's not always clear where things are. So you may end up running in circles quite a bit attempting to map the Grove. I should probably figure out how to free that cat. but I will deal with that cat later. Now, there are a lot of those cats. They will unlock cats in what is called your home instance. And once the expansion drops on Tuesday, your homestead. I need to remember where this vista is. It is up there. So I need to go back up and drop down to it. Okay. Run around. There we go. There it is. Alright, cool. Loop. Whoop. Okay. Now let's... unlock some of these other POIs. Okay, don't actually... That isn't a case of where the POI is technically in an instance or is an instance. However, you don't actually have to go into it. If you just kind of rub up against the door, it will give it to you. The other reason why the Grove can be tedious is because it can be... Okay, I'm gonna save myself from fall damage there. It can be difficult to see where things are on the map because so many of them are on top of each other. Such as this POI that's up here is almost right on top of the one below it. Same thing with like all of the waypoints. They're all basically in the center, with the exception being the one out by the exit of town. So it's not necessarily super easy to see where things are. And some of them are a little confusing on how to get to, like this vista here, which the easiest way to get to is actually to drop down on it from above. I missed. Alright. Now we are getting close to being done with the grove. Now, you wouldn't be able to do this if you didn't have gliding. I just kind of wanted to get down there quickly. Now, the problem with this is I will not be able to get this last POI here without doing my story mission. So, I'm going to, jump up here. When you are in town, the waypoints are free. As long as you aren't waypointing out of town, it is completely free to waypoint. This is a gathering merchant. They have miscellaneous gathering tools. They've got their basic ones, which are the cheapest. They do have level requirements for using the higher tier ones. I generally recommend using whatever the highest tier you can is. The other ones here give specific material types. Like, the Watchwork will give you Watchwork sprockets. Scavenger have bonus crafting materials. Tailor has a chance of giving you cloth. Prospectors have additional ore. Forester will give you logs. Herbologist will give you plants. And then, of course, the enhanced ones have just added bonuses for after you finish harvesting a node. The flying will make you move faster. Industrious allows you to gather faster. Bounty, gives you a chance to collect an extra resource from it. Reapers is nice for large area or large clusters of things because it'll gather them all at once. Timekeepers basically gives you a 1 in 3 chance of instantly completing the gathering with no time wasted. So, those are there. I'm not going to get any right now because I don't necessarily need them. I'm going to go down here and actually do my story instance so I can get this last POI for the map and finish the map. because I have to do this story instance to be able to get it. Now, this is the first instance of deviation based on your character selections. I am speaking to this NPC because I chose Dusk as my option. If I had chose Dawn, I'd be speaking to someone else. Now, they're basically sending me on a quest to go find the white stag from my dream. Now, if I had selected something other than the white stag, I would get a different quest. Alright, now I'm going to enter what is called my home instance node. Your home instance has gathering nodes and stuff you have unlocked, as well as some fun little things in it. This is not in everyone's. This is a node that I have unlocked. That is a hero challenge node you can unlock. I should set something. Now, I will gather from this just because, just to show this off. If you gather from a node that you do not have the correct gathering tool or level to collect from, you will get a garbage item or a trash item like this, the ruined plant fiber. So, unfortunately, I cannot gather most of this stuff, being as I am not high enough level and do not have the correct things. Some of this stuff I can gather, simply because the items needed to open them are just account-based. So I can open this stuff simply because I've got the items with my other characters. So that's why I could open those. Now this, I don't think I need at all. I do not. So this is just trash. Now, these are item bags that you double-click on, and they give you items. The great thing is they give you level-appropriate items. So, because I'm level 14, they will give me level 14 items. Now, if I was level 80, they would give me level 80 items. Now, the item I just used here, the unidentified rare object, that does not give level appropriate stuff. As you can see, this gave me an item that says it requires level 80. I cannot use that for anything, even though it is heavy armor and would be nice. I cannot use it until I am level 80, at which point I will most likely have much better armor anyways. So, we are basically just going to salvage a bunch of this stuff out. This one we're going to switch because it is stronger than the one we were using. Same thing with the staff, because it is stronger. We will be able to do more damage with it. And then salvage the old ones. Same thing there. We are basically just upgrading our stuff. These are essences of luck. I did not explain them earlier. They basically increase your luck for your account, which your luck gives you increases your magic find, which gives you increased chance to find rarer items. Those are full. I'm going to sell those on the trade post for absolutely no reason. Just to make a little bit of money, because I can. Now we run around and go find a merchant so I can sell a couple of these things. This person is a repair person. They will basically reinforce your armor. They used to, once upon a time, repair armor because it used to break. Which would cost gold, silver, and copper to repair the armor, which sucked. I am very glad they got rid of that. Now, once you have 100% completed a map, meaning you have gotten all the waypoints, all the vistas, all of the POIs, and on non-city maps, all of the renowned hearts and hero challenges, and achieved 100% completion, you will get a map completion chest. Now, the towns give you some experience and a transmutation charge. That is it. The explorable maps, like the one we were in before, give items, experience, and other rewards. So you will get stuff from completing the maps outside of just the little tiny bit of garbage you get for the towns. The map completion for towns doesn't really give you much rewards because the towns are safe. You can't really die other than from fall damage. And there is no real problem or hindrance from dying in town because all of the waypoints are free. You don't lose anything dying in town. Now, I am going to, actually end this off here. I do thank anyone who did stop by or does check out the video in the future. I will be uploading these to my YouTube channel, because I know Twitch does not keep them for super long. My YouTube channel is simply the same as my Twitch. Simply go to YouTube, search Sir Norton Tarley. You should be able to find me. However, I don't necessarily want to put my guild members off by streaming our missions and things without permission. So, for today, that is going to be it. Again, I do thank anyone that stopped by or does check this out in the future. I do hope to be back on tomorrow. I am going to try to get back into streaming more regularly. It is something I do enjoy doing and do wish I could do more regularly and more professionally. But I don't think I will ever be a full-time streamer, simply because I do like my job, and with my bills and stuff, I just don't think it's feasible, being as I would have to make several $1,000s a month. Unless I get enough viewers and income from streaming that I am making probably around $3,500 a month, or probably somewhere between $3,500 and $4,000 a month. I would not really be able to afford my bills and stuff. So I don't really foresee that happening. It might eventually someday. It'd be cool if it did, but for right now, this is just going to be a fun little hobby that I do in my downtime. And if I do end up making money off it to supplement my actual job's income, great. If not, at least I get to enjoy myself. So I will see everyone and anyone that decides to stop by at the next stream, and have a good night.